Good morning, everyone. The regular meeting of Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:31. You may join today's meeting in person or via Zoom webinar. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. We will now proceed with roll call.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Present.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton, Trustee Meyer, Trustee Perez, Trustee Oden,
Present. We'll now stand and I'll ask Trustee Kinnaman if he would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Chairman.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Trustee Kinnaman.
Thank you.
We move on in our agenda to the swearing in of our new student trustee, William Garcia. Please raise your right hand. I, and state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Our new student trustee, William Garcia. The changing of the guard. Thank you, and we'll now continue with the meeting. Agenda. Pursuant to the Government Code 35954.2, subdivision B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon which a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, and that there is a need to take immediate action, and that action and the need of that action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Do we have any additions?
Included. It's been included, I think. Included?
Okay. I believe I just received some news at 13.8. I just want to make sure in regards to adding that to the agenda, but I do see that the Naleo conference is on the, I just want to double check that.
Yes, it's on the agenda.
Thank you. I think it's so critical for something in that nature. Thank you so much. That was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, confirmation of the agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for June 25th? Seeing none, the agenda stands as presented. Public comments. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email at otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to the District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak on regular board agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available at item 20.01 in today's agenda. Public comments?
We received a public comment via email regarding agenda item 10.05.
Okay.
It's posted on the agenda. Other than that, no public comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would I take a moment real fast to present something to Mr. Juan Falcon, if you could come forward? Okay, I see you now. I'm gonna head down there real fast, okay?
That's where my gavel went.
Forget how far a walk that is to go all the way around. I wanted to take the time to say thank you to Juan and present him with this plaque from the Board of Trustees and Office of the President, and thank Juan for all of his support and what he's done this year. He has been absolutely amazing in everything he has done. We're going to take a picture up with the board chair and everything in a second. But what I wanted to do first was to acknowledge Juan's efforts as a student, but also a community member. Juan took the time to be a Board of Trustees, student trustee, as well as being the ASCOT president at the same time. Not only that, but if you were working or walking around the community and been at different events, Juan has represented the college in the most professional way possible. He is an advocate for COD, he is an advocate for the students, and he is a true champion of student success, and he is a true champion for COD. So I wanted to make sure I stepped out from the dais to be able to share that about Juan and really thank him for everything. We meet once a month, and he's got great questions about the agenda. He's got great questions about what's going on at COD. And he always asks the question, how can we better support the students at COD? And I just can't say enough about you. And I'm just so thankful and so proud that we've developed the relationship we have. And I really appreciate you so much.
Thank you so
So
much.
thank you, Juan. We're gonna walk back around.
So I'd like to make a comment, Chairman. Juan, the way I see you out in my community, out in Desert Hot Springs and coaching, a lot of people don't know that he's our coach for our young, up and coming soccer players. So the community on behalf of Desert, I mean, we're so excited, but not only that, the way you care and how you ran that meeting at ESCOD and how you're creating mentorships for other student leaders. And that was awesome. I want to thank you.
Thank you so much.
Would the rest of the board like to join us on this side?
Thank you, President Martinez Garcia. That was on behalf of the board and for our trustee. We now move in our agenda to 5.02, employee appointments.
Vice President Terry Wilson, will you introduce the employee appointments?
Good morning. If any new team members are here present with us, please stand so you can be recognized when I call your name. For our classified appointments, we have Manuel Arce, Junior, custodian. Xiao Du, accounting technician. Daniel Ramirez Rodriguez, senior skilled maintenance worker. Felicia Sanchez, child development specialist. Roel Sanchez Jr., groundskeeper. Dolores Vega, Child Development Center Assistant. And for a confidential appointment, we have Tanya Bogarin, Human Resources Specialist. Leadership appointments, we have Prudence Chase, Assistant Dean, Applied Sciences and Business. And Raymond West III, Vice President of Administrative Services. Welcome to the team.
On behalf of the board, we'd like to say a special thank you and welcome to all those new appointments. Thank you, Vice President Wilson, and congratulations to our newest appointees. We now move on in our agenda to 5.03, Proclamation for Pride Month.
I'd like to call Yolanda Bender, Professor Yolanda Bender, to join us to be able to introduce the student readers.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Odom, members of the Board of Trustees, President Superintendent Martinez Garcia, members of the administration, faculty, staff, and guests. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this morning. The three Pride leadership students who will read the Pride Month proclamation had a very active year supporting the Pride Center and COD's LGBTQ+ community through their membership in the Pride Student Leadership Team and Sexuality and Gender Alliance Club. Activities they hosted, led, or otherwise contributed to this past academic year included the East Coachella Valley and Palm Springs Pride Festivals, the South Annex Block Party, 2 Transgender Day of Remembrance events, 2 Safe Zone Ally trainings, the Safe School Desert Cities Rainbow Youth Summit, 3 LGBTQ+ affirming performances in the Pollock Theater, including last month's Pride Showcase, and many other collaborations with other COD programs and student groups. They have earned a reputation across campus and our community for their LGBTQ+ advocacy, and they have been excellent ambassadors of our district. They are a perfect representation of LGBTQ pride. It is my honor to present these student leaders to you, who will be stepping up as I call their name. Isabel Rodriguez Clayton. Isabel graduated this spring with a degree in sociology. She is transferring to UC San Diego to earn her bachelor's degree in sociology and plans to become a social worker serving the LGBTQ+ community. Kozik Margolis. Kozik is a psychology student planning to transfer to Cal State University San Bernardino in spring 2027. She is preparing for a career in neuropsychology. Shirley Navarro. Shirley is also a psychology major who is preparing for a career specializing in the psychology of human sexuality. Thank you to these students, and thank you.
Good morning. Happy Pride, everyone. Proclamation, Recognition of Pride Month 2026. Whereas the Desert Community College District recognizes our community's diversity as one of our greatest strengths and promotes inclusion as a key priority by celebrating diversity in people, philosophies, cultures, beliefs, and backgrounds. And whereas the Desert Community College District recognizes that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus LGBTQ plus people come from all walks of life, including race, ethnicity, religion, ancestry, national origin, economic status, physical or mental ability, medical condition, sex or gender identity or expression. And whereas a growing body of research indicates LGBTQ plus people of color are adversely affected by cumulative discrimination and social exclusion, including racism from the LGBTQ plus community, homophobia and heterosexism within the racial and ethnic community. And
whereas recent survey data indicates that nearly 20% of college university students identify as LGBTQ plus. Tragically, 86.3% of LGBTQ plus students have reported experiencing harassment or assault based on their identity or sexual orientation, including 58.3% reporting sexual harassment. And whereas LGBTQ plus Americans, including those who live in our local community, continue to face marginalization, discrimination, and hatred simply for being who they are and for whom they love. And whereas the landmark Supreme Court decision of 2015 guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states was a historic victory for LGBTQ plus Americans, yet the American Civil Liberties Union is currently tracking over 500 anti-LGBTQ bills.
Whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus pride flag, serves as a symbol of hope and inclusion to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people and the LGBTQ plus social movement, reflecting the belief that we are all freer when we are treated as equals. And whereas flying the rainbow flag throughout the month of June further symbolizes the celebration, support, affirmation of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And whereas June is the time to celebrate and affirm our LGBTQ+ community, raise awareness of quality service, and foster dialogue to promote a healthy, safe, and prosperous college community for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District declare June 2026 as Pride Month and encourage students, faculty, and staff to eliminate prejudice wherever it exists and celebrate the LGBTQ+ members of our community. Thank you for your time. Happy Pride Month.
And thank you, Isabella, Jose, and Shirley. We now move on in our agenda to item 6, the minutes. 6.01, approval of the May 15, 2026 regular board meeting. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of May 15, 2026? If not, do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We move on in our agenda to 6.02, approval of May 15, 2026 special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the special meeting in May of 2026? If not, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We now move on our agenda to item number 7, and we're going to go a little out of order, and I'm going to ask if our President Superintendent Val Martinez Garcia would take over at this time.
Thank you, Chair Oden. I would like to begin by sharing some exceptional news for us here at College of the Desert. Earlier this week, we received official notification from ACCJC that the College of the Desert has received full reaffirmation accreditation through our next comprehensive cycle, which will be until 2031. This is an important milestone for our institution. Accreditation is not the most significant measure of the institution's effectiveness. It is the most important of all. It assures our students, our employees, our taxpayers, our university partners, and our college community that we continue to meet the highest standards expected of an accreditation institution. I also want to make time and a moment to provide some context. Our accreditation was never in jeopardy. The college remained fully accredited throughout the entire process. The commission's recommendations were focused specifically on strengthening the board's practice, not our academic programs, not our student services, not our financial stability, and not the quality of the education our students receive. Those recommendations from ACCJC centered on board governance, including board unity, self-evaluation, clarifying delegation of authority. I want everyone to know the board took those recommendations very seriously. Over the past year, the board committed itself to meaningful and lasting improvement. Together, we strengthened board policies, enhanced governance training, improved our self-evaluation practices, clarified board and CEO roles, and institutionalized continuous improvement through permanent governance processes. Those efforts were reviewed by independent peer evaluators from across the California state system. The commission determined that the college had successfully addressed each of the governance recommendations. I want to thank every board member for embracing this work. I also want to recognize our accreditation liaison, Joy Cowden, our accreditation steering committee, our executive leadership team, faculty, classified professionals, administrators, and every employee who contributed to this successful reaffirmation. Accreditation is never the work of one individual. It is the work of an entire institution committed to continuous improvement. Most importantly, this action allows us to focus fully on the future. Now our attention turns toward completing the goals and objectives of Vision 2030, expanding educational opportunity, strengthening workforce development, growing enrollment, increasing student success, launching bachelor's degree programs, and preparing for the opening of our Palm Springs campus, our Roadrunner Motor Campus, and serving the Valley from Mecca to Desert Hot Springs. This reaffirmation is not a finish line. It is a strong foundation upon which we will continue to build the future of COD. I would like to pause and recognize the board again and just say thank you so much for all of your efforts from the college and all of the faculty and staff. This is beyond a joyous moment in the sense that it's amazing what we can do when we all pull together. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that report. I'd like to say a special thank you to the board, to our leadership, our president superintendent, to all of our faculty, staff, and administrators who participated, and to make sure that we fully embrace who we are. And I think the accreditation says exactly that. Thank you all. As we continue in our agenda, we move to the Associated Students of College of the Desert. Juan Falcon is here to present for ASCOT. Good morning and welcome.
Nice to see you again.
And you.
So where's all the World Cup jerseys? What's going on? Next time, US plays today. So 7 p.m. Good morning, Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, President Val Martinez Garcia, faculty, staff, Executive Cabinet, and members of the public. First, I want to welcome and congratulate all the new employees and promotions. I would like to begin by welcoming and congratulating our new student trustee, William Garcia. I know that you will do great in this role, and I wish you the very best. Hopefully, I can be useful if you have any questions. I would also like to congratulate all the new ASCOT members who will be serving this upcoming academic year. My goal is to support them as much as possible and to be a helpful resource as they step into their new leadership roles. As I reflect on my presidency, I want to sincerely thank the many people and departments who supported me and ASCOT throughout this journey. Without their guidance, encouragement, and collaboration, this position would have been much more difficult, and we would not have accomplished as much as we did. Several departments and groups consistently supported ASCOT this year and helped us create new initiatives and strengthen student advocacy. I want to thank the Spanish Department, CTE, Public Relations, the Executive Cabinet, the President's Office, the Foundation, Academic Senate, CSEA, CODA, CODFA, and of course, the Board of Trustees. Your support has made this year more rewarding, impactful, and it truly shows that the student voice matters and that the students' input can make a meaningful difference. I would also like to give a special thank you to the Office of Student Life team, Anna, Danny, Dean Maldonado. Without your support, I would have been running around like a roadrunner with my head cut off. Seriously. Thank you for everything you have done to encourage and support us. Serving as ASCOT president and student trustee has been one of the greatest honors of my life. It has given me the opportunity to serve, learn, listen, make mistakes, adapt, and continue improving for the benefit of students and the ASCOT team. I will always remember this time and these positions with gratitude. As I now move into a more relaxed role, what I would like to call the back seat, I feel both relieved and excited for what is ahead. I look forward to continuing to help and support the great work happening at the College of the Desert. ASCOT is also looking forward to our retreat on June 30th, where the outgoing ASCOT team and the new team will have the opportunity to meet, learn from one another, and support a strong transition. Once again, thank you for everything, for everyone who supported me and the Student Senate this year. Please continue that momentum because it will only help develop more prepared leaders for our college and our community. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. College of the Desert Foundation. The foundation report is posted on the agenda. College of the Desert Alumni Association, no report was submitted. California School Employees Association, CSEA, Communications Officer is Arlene Hart is here to present. Good morning and welcome.
Aloha, good morning. Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, Vice Presidents, and guests. Before we begin our report, CSEA would like to reach out to Trustee Perez and his family to let them know that we understand that you are going through a difficult time right now. Winston Churchill said, "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." Please know that we are thinking of you and wishing you strength as you navigate through this tough period. And we would also like to reach out to VP Phillips and remind her to take time to rest and heal. Get well soon. We miss seeing you on campus. Summer sessions have started, and our CSEA members have been busy making sure our students have an excellent experience. Custodians are cleaning buildings both inside and out. The grounds crews are busy cutting the grass and trimming bushes, and staff are assisting students with signing up for classes and answering questions about qualifying for various programs. We have been made aware of a trend that has raised more than a few eyebrows. Faculty have been giving classified staff duties to complete for them, which include filling out absence reports, completing travel forms, requesting or finding subs for classes, tracking FMLA use, and many other duties that are not part of the admin assistant nor other classified staff job descriptions. Just a reminder, classified should not be signing these forms for faculty, as they have a disclosure on them asking to verify that all submitted information is correct. How would classified staff know this is true? Today, the college will acknowledge 2 of our classified members who will be awarded emeritus status. Both of these ladies have interesting stories about how the college has grown over their years of service to our institution. To Roz and Micheline, thank you for your dedication and strong work ethic. So many of us have relied on you, especially when we could not get answers elsewhere. Ms. Roz, we wish you the best in your retirement. And a quick shout out to our other 6 June retirees. Congratulations on reaching this incredible milestone. We enjoyed celebrating you at the luncheon. May you be proud of the work you've done, the person you are, and the difference you've made. Now go have some fun. CSEA would like to acknowledge the staff and HR for finishing the reclassifications presented this year. Were there some obstacles and delays? You bet there were. However, we were able to work with HR to overcome these issues and reach a new deadline for completion. We look forward to collaborating with HR to come up with better guidelines for this purpose. In closing, CSC members are caught in the working out class merry-go-round. A staff member is working out a class for an open position, all the while another staff member is working out a class for that person, and it continues. And we even have leadership assigning student workers to cover the shortage of staff in many areas. I think you get that this is an unending circle that is unfair to our students and to our staff. There needs to be a time limit on the number of months that someone can be working out of class. Within the first month, the position should be open for applications as the hiring process does not happen overnight. Again, we will be addressing this issue during negotiations to end the rinse and repeat cycles of working out a class. Since this is my last day, I will say a hooey ho, and thank you for all your support. This concludes our report.
And thank you for that report. Exceptional report. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, no report this month. And College of the Desert Faculty Association, no report. Academic Senate, no report. We move on to our governing board, student trustee Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. As everyone knows, I'm a student here. I'm doing digital marketing and graphic design. And I'm just trying to, I'm also part of the entrepreneurial pilot program that's going on right now also. I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity. It's my first day. I didn't have the opportunity to get to make a report. I just want to thank everyone again for welcoming me to this table.
Thank you, and you are welcome at this table. Trustee Kinnaman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Oden, and welcome to Trustee Garcia. Today is a historic and deeply personal day for College of the Desert. As we sit here in these seats of leadership, we are given a rare moment, a moment to celebrate achievements that define our past, secure our present, and guarantee our future. First, we are considering over 10 extraordinary individuals for emeritus status and celebrating other retirees. This is not a routine administrative item. To me, this is very personal. I spent nearly a decade as your superintendent president and now proudly serve on the board. I know these individuals. I know their faces. I know their hearts. They did not just work here. Many committed their entire lifetimes and careers at this college. You know, my own mother spent over 3 decades at a single university. Growing up, I watched what that looked like. I saw life solely committed to every single student who walked through the door. Like her, the emeritus candidates we honor today always put students before themselves. They didn't just punch a clock and go home. They lived in our towns, volunteered in our neighborhoods, and gave back to Coachella Valley. And as we look at the foundation they built, we must also pause to acknowledge a profound, heartbreaking loss to our campus family. We recently learned of the passing of a true giant in our community, Dr. Kathy Levitt. Kathy was a longtime adjunct faculty member who brought an unparalleled level of global connectivity to College of the Desert. Early in her career, she worked in international economic development, served as a trusted aide to Henry Kissinger, frequently traveled by his side, and acted as his translator. She was fluent in Mandarin and 6 or 7 other languages. She spent much of her career in China, navigating the highest levels of global diplomacy. Yet she chose to bring that massive worldly experience perspective right here to our classrooms. Kathy didn't just teach, she transformed our students into global citizens. Kathy reminded us never to take ourselves too seriously. One of the special ties we personally had was our shared love of Boston Terrier bulldogs. Kathy and I would often text each other pictures of our Bostons with their unique poses and playful attitudes. Again, keeping life in perspective and reminding us to cherish the moment. It is because of that exact foundation built by Dr. Levitt and the emeritus honorees that we celebrate here today that I'm filled with immense pride of our second major milestone. The Accrediting Commission of Community and Junior Colleges vote to fully reaffirm and extend College of the Desert's accreditation through 2031. That outcome belongs to our entire community college. It represents the substantial, tireless effort of our administration, faculty, staff, students, and governance leaders. For over a year, this board took immediate, significant, and meaningful steps. We strengthened our policies, we enhanced our self-evaluation, we clarified our roles, we institutionalized continuous improvement because we knew exactly what was at stake. The commission looked at our swift actions and determined that we successfully met the highest standards of excellence, and we have secured this institution into the next decade. When you look at these milestones together, the message is undeniable. Our positive reaccreditation happened because our entire college community remains focused on the single most important asset of Coachella Valley, and that is College of the Desert. And that asset was built brick by brick by the very emeritus employees and our retirees that we honor today, by the global legacy and fierce advocacy of leaders like Dr. Kathy Levitt, and by the unwavering commitment of our Roadrunner family. To our upcoming emeritus honorees and to the memory of Dr. Levitt, thank you for your lifetime of devotion. Our accreditation is secure, our legacy is honored, and our future has never been brighter. Chairman Oden, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
A lot of what Trustee Kinnaman, those that have served our college, the emeriti employee, I know you personally, there's so many of you that made, I don't know if some of you know that I also taught here and worked here. These people, day in, day out, love our college. They give it all. I firsthand saw that. I'll never forget you. You all were there, giving your heart and yourselves, and it's always about the students. And I will never forget your compassion and your integrity and your hard work ethic for our district. Thank you. On something that I want to share for everyone in this environment is something that I do, which is called MJ's Motivational Mondays in our online communities. But I want to share this Monday, my Mondays, saying, believing yourself and all that you are, you're stronger than you think. That's my motivational for everyone, for each of us to embrace that for yourselves. Now, another note, I just really want to welcome Trustee Garcia. I'm looking forward to your leadership, your advocacy for the students, and amplifying the student voice. And here on the board, and I just want to reaffirm your voice matters and your perspective matters. That's why we're here. We get elected to serve the students and the district. So I'm looking forward to your leadership. Ask questions, get involved. And we're here. You have all of us, the Roadrunner family, to help you to be successful. And I just want to I'm going to use my time because it was so important. I love the way you and your wife got to see them at the AI conference, and you shined so bright. And it was so beautiful to see. This is why we're here at the college. You made it so special to see all the students and yourselves be there and networking, and that's just continue on. This past month, as we celebrated Juneteenth, happy Father's Day for all the fathers, Flag Day, a lot of celebrations throughout the whole Coachella Valley. I wouldn't be remiss of also mentioning the Day of the Child, which happened in my city of Desert Hot Springs. It was beautiful when you're out in the community and you're meeting the next generation coming into our college. All the other graduations that I attended at Indio High School, go Rajas, and then Sun City, Shadow Hills, the Knights, go Knights. And they're all looking forward to attend College of the Desert. That's what makes it so beautiful, is to see the next COD students. It was so awesome to meet them, and they're so excited to come to our beautiful institution. And COD is setting the stage for the college of the whole Coachella Valley. So we're all on board. We are all together on board to do this. And remember that, because we touch you all of us touch all these lives. And it means so much to them. On June 14th, got to meet all the COD Dr. Carrion scholars at our luncheon. They were so excited because every scholarship matters. What a joy to see our nursing students that receive the scholarship. And I really want to thank those that put together that scholarship luncheon, because for students, that means a lot. That helps them pay for their books more, or to survive, the everyday survival. So it was also very nice to go to the Women's Club of Indio, and to also, it was a scholarship. So it was so neat to see one of our students there, and he was so excited. He was so proud. I'm going to the College of the Desert. You know, all of them were so proud, because that's my next step in my life. So it was beautiful. We also just really fast attended, the most importantly, the 2x2 meeting in Desert Hot Springs. And we were so excited. Chairman Oden and I met with the city council, and Val. So just want to thank everyone. And I really want to thank the team, the accreditation team. Thank you, Trustee Meyer and Trustee Perez, for putting on our accreditation, and the whole team that put that together. Thank you. And this ends my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, fellow trustees. Special welcome to our new student trustee, Garcia. You'll have our support, and we'll look forward to your support. Vice Presidents, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia, and all those joining us in person and online. The 2026 graduation is officially in the books, and what a milestone it was. We celebrated record numbers of degrees and certifications, filling Acrisure Arena with graduates, their families, faculty, and supporters. It was a powerful reminder of why we do this work. Now we transition into the summer sessions. The campus remains active, although naturally moving at a slower pace, partly due to fewer students and partly because of the heat and well-earned vacations. I also want to express how pleased I am with the recent ACC-JC decision to extend our accreditation without reserve through 2031. This outcome reflects the college's strong commitment to student success, institutional integrity, and teamwork demonstrated across every division of COD. It is a significant affirmation of the work being done here. Looking ahead, this coming year brings an unusual amount of positive momentum and major project activity. The new athletic complex is coming online in August, September, right? But I want to remind everybody, our first home football game is August 29th. Be there or be square. The renovated science building is ready for fall students. Roadrunner Motors scheduled for completion at the end of 2026. The Palm Desert Campus Accelerator targeted for sometime in 2027. The Indio Campus parking expansion by the end of 26. And of course, the Palm Springs campus, projected to open mid to late 2027. These projects and others in the pipeline demonstrates the college's commitment to investing in the future of our students in our region. Each one creates new opportunities to rethink how we deliver education. They challenge us to evolve our teaching models, our technology integration, and our student support systems to meet the expectations of today's and tomorrow's learners. One of the most important questions we must continue to ask us: how do we adapt our educational processes to align with the tools students are already using, including AI, while ensuring they learn to validate, verify, and think critically about the information they encounter? It's not just about the ethics of technology use, it's also about preparing students to apply these tools responsibly and effectively in their chosen career paths. Our upcoming network of accelerators across campuses will play a major role in this transformation. These spaces are intentionally designed to foster collaboration, innovation, and hands-on learning, environments where students learn with each other, not just from us. On a recent trip, I reconnected with someone I met 25 years ago. This friend owns a very successful restaurant and a well-known winery. His employees are typically high school and college age. He has a philosophy of, and this is a direct quote from him, that we have all won the lottery at birth. Our lottery gift is a blank canvas every day upon which to paint a fresh masterpiece. This masterpiece is setting young adults out onto their careers with a foundation of respect and honor. When he learned I served on the College of the Desert Board, he immediately said, "That's the future of education, producing job-ready young people who want to work." I'll put a side note. This guy has now created in his community, far away from here, has nothing to do with the Valley, an endowment fund for any student going to a two-year college who needs financial assistance. Model to think about. That comment stayed with me because it captures exactly what COD does best. We guide students, we equip them with skills to carry them throughout their careers, and we do it without the high costs typically associated with colleges and universities. COD remains a place where opportunity is accessible, where innovation is embraced, and where students can build a future that is both meaningful and attainable. Now, on to some important numbers. Mexico, 9 points. 3 wins, 0 losses. USA, question mark, tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations on a wonderful graduation. It was inspiring. Congratulations on a wonderful graduation ceremony. It was inspiring, well organized, and filled with pride and joy. The event beautifully celebrated the hard work, dedication, and achievements of the graduates. And it created a memorable experience for everyone in attendance. Thank you. On May 27th and June 17th, I attended the Black Leadership Summit. It was formed to address the number 3 on our board's goals, and that is to increase degree attainment among African American students by 10% in 25 to 26. We have been working with a group of outstanding community leaders from throughout the Coachella Valley who meet to develop plans to increase enrollment and retention of Black or African American students, particularly males at COD. We are truly making positive steps toward achieving that goal. Our last meeting was held on campus in the Black Student Success Center, and the director, Mary Eaton, and Dr. Nzili Kazi gave an inspiring presentation on the services that they provide to the community leaders. I attended a 2x2 with the City of Desert Hot Springs, along with Trustee Sanchez Fulton and our president, and where we received an update on their educational goals for the students of Desert Hot Springs. I attended a webinar on workforce pay. And I'd like to say a word about Kathy Levitt. She was an exceptional woman, and we have such a wealth of talent in terms of our faculty here at College of the Desert. People who have lived tremendous lives and done remarkable things from all over the world are here on this campus and extending their gifts and talents to our students. We are so very fortunate. But she was a personal friend, and I'm thankful for the time that we had to spend together. Now, I'd like to say, on Father's Day, we honor and celebrate the fathers, the grandfathers, the father figures, the mentors, the role models who gave much of themselves to strengthen their families and communities. Their love, guidance, sacrifice, and steady presence helped shape our lives in meaningful and lasting ways. We are grateful for the wisdom they share, the example that they set, and the encouragement they provide each day. Today, we extend a heartfelt appreciation to all the fathers and the father figures, and many of whom are teachers, for the important role that they play and the positive impact that they continue to make. That concludes my report. And you're good. Okay. So we move on in our agenda to the consent item, where a blanket motion, all consent items will be voted on in one motion. Any board member may request that any item be moved from the to the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any consent agenda items?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move item 9 in its entirety to action.
Okay, item 9.
Begin.
9.01 through 9.06.
Okay. Are there any others? Okay, those items go to 1301 through 6.
Right, so you're going to now take a motion to approve the consent agenda
Okay.
minus 09 or minus
91
action.
through
Yeah,
6, yes.
yeah.
Okay. At this time, Chair will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So move.
Aye. Second.
We have to have voting members. Yeah. Okay, at this time, we'll take a quick break, 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll call this meeting back to order. And we were on item 8 for the consent agenda. We had a motion and we need a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Garcia,
Second.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Oh, aye.
trustee Oden.
All right.
Motion carried.
Now we move to new action items, item 1301. President Martinez Garcia, staff report, please.
These are the items that were pulled from the consent agenda,
Yes.
and you wanted to, I believe, discuss each of
Yes,
the
each one.
Americas?
Yes.
Yes, that was
Mr.
my intent of
So,
pulling.
Mr. Chair, you'll need to take a motion for each one.
Yes.
So the old 19.01 will become 13.01. So you'll need a motion to approve and a second.
Okay, so for 1301, we just called.
Yeah, we would need a motion to be able to entertain.
1301.
Have a
Second.
motion
Second.
and a second. Okay,
Now discussion.
discussion.
I'd like to, if Ellen Hardy is in the room, I'd like to recognize her, have her stand up.
Not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe we're looking at all the items from 9.0 as one item. Is that correct?
No, the motion was to remove the item in its entirety. So we have to take each one by one. Correct. So right now we're at the former 9.01, which is approval of emeritus status for Ellen Hardy, Professor of Anthropology.
Right.
You have a motion and a second.
Feeling, we need to call it each emeritus status as individual to recognize them as special.
So this is 13.01.
This is 13.01.
Hardy, Emeritus. We had a first and second, and now we're in discussion
Correct.
for Ellen Hardy.
Okay.
I believe you were commenting?
I did.
All right.
I had the privilege of working with her in the social science department. She's been an incredible friend and certainly the foundation of the anthropology department there.
Thank you. I had also the privilege of working under the social sciences with Professor Harding. Not only did she was a consummate professional, she would go out to Desert Hot Springs and go during our outreach efforts back in 2013 and at the Boys and Girls Club with our Ask God student government. So I want to commend Professor Hardy, her passion for education, her passion for creating the next generation of students. I have only wonderful.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
13.02.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the titles for you?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. I'm happy to do it. The next item on the agenda is item 13.02, approval of emeritus status for Chris Jones Cage, Professor of Psychology.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, also had the privilege of working with Dr. Cage in the social science department before coming to the board. She's definitely been advantageous to the department and to College of the Desert. Any no further discussion, will
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
The next item is item number 13.03, approval of emeritus status, Neil Lingle, adjunct professor, criminal justice.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
I would like to say in my opening report, I touched on this a little bit with my relationships with each of the individuals. So I'm refraining from speaking to each one individually about our interaction over their career. But I want to reiterate to each of them what a positive influence that they've all made on our institution. And in varying ways throughout our institutions, they've touched students, and they've been a rich fabric of what this institution is. They are part of the brick and mortar and soul of this institution. And we know this institution goes well beyond all of our lifetimes. And so those are ripple effects that you've put in place in this community. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
And thank you. Any no further?
No, I've gotten to know Neil Lingle. I think this was his third, maybe fourth career. But he put his all into it, and what I've observed, whatever he's been asked to do, he did it with exemplary status and focus and commitment. And this is well earned.
Neil and I go way back. And just like some of the classified staff, we didn't interact perhaps on a daily basis, but we passed each other with our smiles and words of encouragement along the way. And those familiar faces mean a lot, and knowing the work that they have contributed. So, yeah. Seeing no further discussion?
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Item 13.04, approval of emeritus status, D. Clayton Mays, professor, administration of justice.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Well, thank you. What a commitment that for our Public Safety Academy, consummate professional background. I think this is another third career as well for him. Wonderful dedication to the College of the Desert. And most importantly, the work we did to achieve the post-1 training for our police cadets. I want to really thank him and the whole team for something we've been pushing for about over 10 years, trying to get level 1 training for our police cadets. A great accomplishment for the College of the Desert. Thank you.
I've gotten to know Clayton Mays as well. His impact on the Public Service Academy will be long felt. We now have a very recognized force here in the community for public service professionals, and his legacy will live on, and he's going to have big shoes for somebody to fill in there.
Big shoes.
I was holding my comments on Neil, and I wanted to say something while I was speaking about Clay, because I think of them as one and the same. I remember when I first got here, Dr. Lingle told me how Dr. Kinnaman had hired him for a 1-year project to turn into decade and a half of service to our college. And along the way, he brought on Clayton Mays to be able to work in the same capacity in the Public Safety Academy. Both these gentlemen are the fabric, you could say that they're cornerstone of the Public Safety Academy, all the work that has gone there. They will be sorely missed,
Yeah.
but their legacy of respect, integrity, and honor will live on through the work of all the people they've touched, the students they've touched, and the lives they've touched. So just sorely missed, and this honor of emeritus definitely is warranted.
Okay. Any no further discussion?
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Oden. Motion carried.
13.06, emeritus nomination, 13.05, approval of emeritus status for Ruth Nolan, Professor of English.
So moved.
Oh, second.
Second.
A motion and a second discussion?
Other colleague that while I was working here, Professor Nolan, her passion for poetry, her passion for bringing that voice of poetry and the artistic expression to our college, just a commendable professor of English. Thank you.
The others? Roll call.
Student Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton. Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Oden. Motion carried.
Now, item 13.06, emeritus nominations, classified and confidential employees.
So moved.
A motion
Second.
and a second? Discussion.
Yeah, these are the, what I want to say, unsung heroes of the college. A lot of times they're behind the scenes and they're very quiet, not stepping out there saying, look at me. I've gotten to know most of them. I wish I'd gotten to know them all, but the ones I do know, I'm very impressed with their professionalism and their work.
We will.
I'd like any of them who are listed here, Linda, Patricia, Jeff,
If they would
Michigan,
all please come
Ross.
forward.
Please come forward.
Jeff, you can go down and join them.
Jeff, yeah.
Don't let them stand by themselves.
Discussion. Discussion?
I'm just going to reiterate what I have because I don't want to get myself pulled into any emotions or anything related to this, but I do know all of the individuals that are getting emeritus, and they all have contributed, well, each one in actually very different and unique ways. And it has been an honor in the past working with you in a different role. It continues to be an honor. I know that the institution's going to have a big hole to fill in your positions and what you've done. But again, the interesting thing about each of you is you've been part of the community, you've been part of the fabric. You haven't just given here, you've given in other roles throughout the community. And I know whether they're going to the restaurant and it's our students, that some of them have worked there, some of them come and have meals there with their families, and each of you have those connections within this community. And so I know you're really not going away, and you're still going to be tied to College of the Desert. So that is a positive thing. And again, we hope that you're there and you're continuing to work with us, but we also don't want you to fail retirement. So enjoy your time. You've earned everything. And I hope this experience has fed your soul along the way as well. So thank you.
The other?
Mary Jane.
Oh.
Humbled to know you all. Your, oh my God, your love for the students, the love for the college. It wasn't just a job. It was your hearts. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say something if you don't mind. First of all, I'd like to say, Chip, I don't know what you're gonna do without Linda. Linda has been a cornerstone fabric of the administrative team over there. You work tirelessly. Your efforts to keep Chip on track are great. If I ever need him, I can find him through you. Not only that, but just the work you do and your pleasant way of being is just a great thing to have in that office. And I know it's stressful, and we're going to miss you a lot. Roz, I mean, you and I have gone many, many times about the schedule, right? Over and over. So, but you've always kept us honest and you've always kept us on time and on track, and your efforts will not ever be duplicated. But your heart and your passion and your compassion for our campus is so appreciated. Just thank you so much for all you've done. Patricia,
Uh-oh.
I got to work with Patricia in a different capacity, Office of the President, as well as in Student Services, and as well as Office of Instruction. She's known to roll my lint off my coat every so often, and I appreciate that because you took really good care of me.
Yeah.
But you also took really good care of all the Student Services. During the day, you would find Patricia going through all the offices to make sure everything was okay, what were their needs. If she knew someone was sick, she would say something special to them. You just take the time with people. I really, really appreciate that. So thank you so much. And then today is Jeff Larson's last board meeting. And so I had to write something because if I didn't write it, I was definitely going to fall by way of emotion. I've been with Jeff, or Jeff's been with me, however you want to put it, for a number of years now, 3 years. It feels like an eternity, actually. I'm sure it feels longer for you. Jeff has been a steady hand behind the scenes, supporting multiple vice presidents. I think we've lost count the last time we tried to count that. And now a president, serving this board and serving this campus with professionalism, preserving institutional knowledge, and ensuring the office of the vice president of instruction and the office of the president operated with excellence, integrity, and grace. The work of an executive assistant, and this applies to all of you, is really visible to the public, but it is absolutely essential to the success of an organization. All of you have represented the College of the Desert with professionalism, humility, discretion, and unwavering commitment to service. Jeff, specifically right now, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the entire college community for all your years of dedication and service and working with this board over the last year or so. Your service has made this institution stronger, and your contributions will never be forgotten. And I'd like to say thank you for being my friend. Appreciate you.
I'm going to ask if everyone would come up. We'd like to shake your hand. Linda, Patricia. Rod.
A picture. It would mean much to me.
Waiting for that. Yeah.
No, because I will cry. That's why I know. You know this. Oh.
We gave him something. Special moment. Nothing more important than that. Same.
Let's give them another round of applause. We move on in our agenda to action item Board of Trustees 1401, Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 of Board Policies, second reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Of a motion?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton, Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
All right.
Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, before you progress, I'm not positive we actually took a vote for 13.06. So could we just do a quick roll call? As a reminder, it was moved by trustee Meyer and seconded by trustee Sanchez.
Okay,
Yes. You ready?
roll call for item
Uh,
1306.
Point of order. Did we vote on each one already, Carlos? We just need one to go?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
So we're caught up now.
Yes, sir. Now we are good. Thank you. Thank you, Marbella.
Thank you. Got caught up in the emotion of the moment.
Understood. Understood.
We move to item 1402 on our agenda, resolution number 062526-1, ordering consolidated governing board biennial election specified for the election order and request for consolidation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a second? I'll second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to know a little more about that item.
Jeff, this is the item I recall that this is regarding the election that we have to do for our duty from the,
That's my understanding. It's from the Riverside County Office of the Registrar's Voters Office. And it's just some pro forma paperwork that should be completed and submitted because we have, in the November election, we'll have 2 trustee seats up for election. And the paperwork is due to the county by July 6th, I believe. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so we have a motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
All right,
Motion carried.
we move on in our agenda to 1403, board member travel. This is to the National Association of Latino elected and appointed officials, NALEO. Do I have a motion to approve
moved.
this? Have a motion? And a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
All right.
Motion carried.
1404, board member travel. This is to HACU, Hispanic Association for Colleges and Universities Annual Conference. Do I have a motion to approve up to 5 trustees?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to let the board know that this conference is in Chula Vista.
Mhm.
And because of its proximity, we are looking at taking students as well as a large contingency from our staff and faculty and administration.
I am thrilled to hear it because I think it provides for our students an opportunity to interface with colleges and universities and students from all over, because from all over the world, because some students come from Central and South America, and the professors, and it's just an excellent opportunity, and it's incredible. So yes, thank you. Glad to hear that.
I think it's, Chairman, I would like to also, hearing that Superintendent, having the opportunity for our students to network and something like basic, they do interview skills. This is where the student gets those skills. And I'm so proud that we can provide a busload of students. That's been my dream for over 10 years. And now, thank you, Superintendent Val Martinez, for having that dream come true where our students could be there. Thank you.
I went to a previous HACU conference and I was surprised at the number of students and other trustees that were there. I'm glad we're taking that step. I will warn you, when I went to Washington DC, they put me in a secondary hotel. It wasn't called a Motel 6, but a Motel 6 would have been better. So let's be careful with the lodging.
Yeah. Okay.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
We now move to item 1405, which is board member travel, Community College League of California Annual Conference. Do I have a motion to approve up to 5 trustees to attend?
So move.
A motion, I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, 5 trustees. Can we include our student trustee in this? Because last one I've been to, the ones I've been to have been student trustees.
Carlos, do we include that as part of the trustees, or is he going that as a student advocate or something else?
Students travel with the student government, and the student trustee attends the CCLC student trustee workshop in August, and then they're given the opportunity to attend the annual conference if they want.
Okay, because I forwarded information for the student trustee annual conference and want to make sure the student trustee had that as well. So that's their specific
No, I
orientation.
understood that, but I was saying.
But yeah, but I agree with you.
Yeah, they are given the option to attend.
So trustee Garcia, you're on notice.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman, trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
We have another action item. This is Human Resources 1501, Public Employee Appointments, Leadership and Management. President Martinez Garcia, will you please help facilitate this?
Yeah, I would like to ask Vice President Wilson if she could provide some context for each item.
Thank you. It is recommended that the board approve the employment agreements for the management positions presented. This recommended action would approve the employment agreements for these management positions with provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other leadership position. The first individual is Monica Camargo, Acting Assistant Director of Nursing and Allied Health, commencing from August 3rd, 2026 through November 30th, 2027, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 8, column 10, for an annual salary of $160,209.492. Katie Chartier, Interim Dean of Counseling Services, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 11, column 8, for an annual salary of $187,795.776. Next, we have Jessica Enders, Interim Dean, Applied Sciences and Business, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 11, column 10, for an annual salary of $203,902.596. Sarah Fry, Director, Nursing and Allied Health, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 10, column 10, for an annual salary of $185,081.004. Cody McCabe, Director, International Education, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 9, column 10, for an annual salary of $174,772.764. Wally Meyer, Director of Public Safety Academy, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 9, column 10, for an annual salary of $174,772.764. Leslie Quinones, Director of Disabled Student Programs and Services, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 9, column 10, for an annual salary of $174,772.764. Next, we have Robert Peter Tierney, Interim Public Safety Academic Manager, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 7, column 10, for an annual salary of $142,370.064. Lastly, we have Jessica Van Beers, Acting Director, Education Centers, commencing from July 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, with leadership salary schedule placement at range 9, column 7, for a monthly rate of $12,873.337. The district is presenting a correction to the position of an administrator previously approved by the Board of Trustees on May 15th, 2026. The employment contract and related financial terms were accurate on the prior agenda. This item updates the official record to reflect the correct job title for Prudence Chase as Assistant Dean, Applied Sciences and Business. This concludes the reading of these personnel actions.
So Chair will entertain a motion.
Discussion.
So moved.
And have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I do. I'm just curious. I'm not understanding. I see the dates. The question, Terry, were they getting less? We just went last board meeting, we approved them. So I'm concerned on what,
So last month, we sent their permanent positions they were hired in.
Yeah.
And this month, we're sending the interim positions they are currently, the roles they are currently fulfilling. And a majority of the leadership on the list is an extension as they're currently filling in the role right now.
okay, so we're just extending this, and I see different dates for different people. Why is that? Like, we have some on 2026 and then 2027, then 2028. Why?
So since they are interim positions, they need to align with the person filling in their position so that there is no overlap.
Okay, so all of these are interim positions? You just said that. So is it permanent or interim? I thought.
So last month, all of the, let me just look. Sarah is permanent, Cody McCabe is permanent, and Wally Meyer and Leslie. So they're all, if they have acting or interim, they are temporarily filling in the roles. If that title does not include that, then that is their permanent position. So what the district is trying to do is have a contract for their permanent position that they were hired into, and also have the interim appointment contract. So that essentially some of these individuals have two contracts, one for their permanent position and one for their interim position.
Got it. Okay, so they have two contracts. Okay. Is this normal procedure for our district to have that? I just want to make sure. I mean, it's just.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I have another question. Are these comparable, the Chairman Bowden, may I?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I have to have. For these positions, are they for our institution comparable in pay for all these people? Are we in the comparable to another community? Yeah, that's very critical because right now, these are great people and they're doing wonderful for our college. And I just want to make sure, is these comparable salaries?
Yes, they are comparable.
Okay.
And I will say, our recruitment pools have been up by, what's the percentage lately?
As far as
From last year to this year?
Oh, we had about a little over 2,000 applications last year. Total this year, we're over 6,000 applications.
So everyone, a career for students. This is great. Look how much they're getting. This is wonderful. Our College of the Desert pays well. Thank you so much. You've answered all my questions.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Garcia, Student Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman, Trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Oden. Motion carried.
We're now at 15.02, tentative agreements between Desert Community College District and the College of the Desert Adjunct Association. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
In a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
And this,
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
was that 1602? Is that what? 1502. Aye, thank you.
give you time to read it. Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
1503, presentation of the Desert Community College District initial proposal to the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 407 for the 2027 through 2030 successor collective bargaining agreement. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer. Aye. Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
We move to item 1504, presentation of California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 407, initial proposal to the Desert Community College District for 2027 through 2030 successor collective bargaining agreement. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer. Aye. Trustee Oden.
All right.
Motion carried.
Move to another action item, item 16, administrative services. President Martinez Garcia, will you please facilitate this item?
Yes, I'd like Vice President West to provide some context.
Thank you, Superintendent President Martinez Garcia. We have a presentation, brief presentation to share for the tentative budget, and Diana Guijarro, our Director of Fiscal Services, who's worked really hard to pull all this together, is going to do that presentation for us. And we will add I will add commentary as she goes forward like normal.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, President Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, everybody present. My name is Diana Guijarro. I am the Director of Fiscal Services. And along with Dr. West here at Administrative Services Vice President, we will be presenting to you the tentative budget. Do I have a clicker? All right. So we begin with our economic backdrop. The May revision reflects a balanced 2026-27 budget. It has a very positive outlook with higher than estimated revenues by $16 billion. This is attributable to higher income tax collections driven by a booming stock market and also enthusiasm in AI. The governor's budget includes a state budget that increased by 8.8% to $349.4 billion. State general funds increased by 7% to $246.6 billion when comparison to the enacted budget of 25-26. Unfortunately, the May revision does have a slight decrease in state general funds by $1.7 billion. In comparison from the January's budget that was presented in comparison to the May. The Legislative Analyst Office has a similar assessment of the revenue and agreeing with these higher than projected revenue estimates. But they do caution that the revenues may appear unsustainable. They also caution on a stock market correction. As you all may know, when there's a boom, there may be an eventual bust. The LAO cautions that the stock market is currently overvalued and therefore due for a correction. And unfortunately, there's no estimate and predictions as to the timing of this correction. The revenue does, as mentioned, appear to be unsustainable per their assessment, and they believe the revenue has peaked and therefore should be treated as such. They believe that the revenue is not going to be increasing, And the state of California may face future structural deficits if it's not treated as such. They also strongly caution against using the California reserves and acquiring new debt. Here we have a depiction of how the state's May revision included $14 billion in solutions, which we began with $2 billion in revenue-related proposals, which include taxing health plans such as Kaiser and Anthem Blue Cross. This will help pay for Medi-Cal costs. Also limiting tax credits for businesses. And also, this is a big one, there's going to be sales tax on software. Beginning in 2027, all downloads and remote access to software will be taxed. This is supposed to be generating a significant amount of revenue for the state of California and also locally for cities. So this is a big one coming up. For the next one, we have $3 billion in spending related solutions, including reductions in funding shifts, such as funding shifts in Proposition 35 to help with Medi-Cal rate increases, also reductions in Medi-Cal for persons with disabilities, excuse me, and some increases in premiums for certain adults. There's $4 billion in borrowing. The May revise brought the budget up to borrowing of $30 billion to close budget gaps. This includes the $40 billion in settle up obligations, which is a requirement of the state for funding for schools and community colleges. There's also $5 billion in suspended reserve deposits. As you all may or may not know, there can be a suspension on these deposits depending on budget emergencies. Last year, there was a $1.6 billion deposit that was suspended, which will be paid in 26-27. The California Community College factors depicted in the governor's budget includes a 13.48% increase in Proposition 98 funds, which includes $9.6 million in general funds and $4.6 million in local property taxes. There's also, due to these amazing higher than expected revenues, the May revision surprisingly has no deferrals, which is a good thing. They also maintain that they will pay the previous deferrals from 25-26, which were $408.4 million that they're expecting to pay in 26-27. Essentially, deferrals are an IOU to California community colleges. We get our allocation, and if there's not enough funds, they'll let you know, we'll pay you this amount next year. For 25-26, we have a deferral of almost $2 million that should be paid in 26-27 for us, for College of the Desert. There's also applicable COLA to certain apportionments, to apportionments in certain categorical programs. There's statutory COLA of 2.87%, and there's also a discretionary COLA of 1.44%. This is intended to fund a new requirement for community colleges that we provide up to 14 weeks of maternity leave with full pay. We also have 0.5% of funded enrollment growth. And although the May revision did not propose ongoing funding for the following, they did propose one-time funding for $120.7 million for deferred maintenance, $100.6 million for student support block grant, and $36 million for common cloud data platform and credit for prior learning. Here are the assumptions for our 25-26 budget. We decided to be conservative when it came to the applicable COLA until we get further notice on the discretionary COLA. So we applied the 2.87%. Like I mentioned, the 0.5% growth and a slight decrease in PERS. Unfortunately, we did not budget any other post-employment benefits contributions in 25-26. Our multi-year projections include Cost of living adjustment of 3.3 and 3.09 for 27-28 and 28-29 respectively. We applied a 1% growth for each year, growth unfunded COLA for each year, 1%. We also have, like I mentioned, the slight decrease in PERS. No change in STIRS as this requires legislation. It has been 19.1% for quite some time. We also continued with maintaining our middle college status and also the center status, which generates over $11 million for College of the Desert, both statuses. We also have preliminary cost projections that were included for the Palm Springs campus and Roadrunner Motors. These includes preliminary staffing plans and also operational costs. Here we have our restricted and unrestricted combined. The first column is the unrestricted. We have 115.3 million in revenue, 117.3 in expenses, leaving us with deficit spending. Although this may seem alarming, we are budgeting every single position. We want to make sure that regardless of whether or not every position is filled, we have to make sure that we cover it. So if, miraculously everybody's filled and we have no vacancies or working out of class, fingers crossed, then we would, we have funds to pay for it. We would be using fund balance to do so, but again, we have to make sure that we account for every single position. For the unrestricted, we have 44.6 million in revenue and 45.2 in expenses. We're slightly deficit spending because we're trying to use prior year's allocations. And the final column is the combination of the two. We move on to the multi-year projections for the general fund. As I mentioned already, the 26-27, 1.9 deficit spending due to budgeting every single position. 27-28 includes 3.3 COLA, 1% growth on FTES. Expenses that include, the salary expenses include step increases for each position, applied that are applicable, applicable COLA, inflation and operational costs. And we also included the projections for operational costs for Roadrunner Motors and also Palm Springs campus. For the projections for 28-29, the COLA that was included was 3.09 with also 1% growth in FTES. And the same applies when it comes to salaries, applicable COLA, step increases, and operational costs, which include inflation and also the Roadrunner Motors and Palm Springs campus.
And if I can jump in just right here for this section, give you a breath because you're going through it. You're doing great, So this might, I just want to highlight, this might be something you haven't seen before, where we're looking at some deficits over the coming years. Nothing is to be concerned. We knew this was coming. We put major emphasis in augmenting our physical facilities at Roadrunner Motors and opening up our new campus in Palm Springs. And so we've invested significantly in those two programs over the last few years, as you know, in construction projects. Now this is the staffing augmentation and the rollout in expenses. You have to hire the people before you can get the revenue. So there's a step process where you're going to expend, and then different revenue will come in and will be augmented accordingly. We believe that that is the case as we go forward. So we knew this was coming. There's a short period. If this extends for a long period of time, then we need to be concerned. But right now, we knew this was coming. We knew that this was the opportunity, especially as we go in. We as fiscal people, we always budget high the expenses. We go to the max, and we budget very conservatively the revenue. So we also know that there's some wiggle room here, that we've got some revenue coming in. In here does not show center status for Palm Springs. Our goal is to get Palm Springs to center status as quickly as possible, but we don't have it yet. So we don't want to put it in the budget just yet. But we know we're on track, and that's a $2 million swing that would cut into this. As Diana mentioned, we budget all salaries at this point. We've never had, there's no college or university in the country that has all of their positions open. You always have vacancies. So, but we budget everything. So we have every single year, we have a $3 or $4 million swing of spaces. So that $4 million is in here. So it looks big, and I wanted to kind of highlight that for you, but we're not concerned as we're going forward. And as we tighten up, as you go further out, we're going to start to tighten up a lot more. And we believe that number in 2027, 28, as well as 28, 29 is going to tighten. We just don't have all that information yet. Yes. So we think there's, you go ahead, Superintendent.
Let's see, your mic.
Oh, your mic. Going to say that again?
So besides the center status, do you have other revenues you're focusing on that you can't talk about today because they're not realistic?
Yes. So we have a number of initiatives, both on academic programming side that we're looking at and exploring as to how we can augment both existing programs and look at new program offerings to bring in new revenue, as well as non-credit and not-for-credit opportunities through PACE and through other programs that we think could really do well in Palm Springs. So those areas very broadly we're looking at. Again, we think we're going to tighten as we move forward. They're not locked in yet, but we are on pace to kind of put them forward.
And also our increasing enrollment. We want to make sure we capture the growth that's on the table. As you know, there was not a lot of growth money this year on the table, but we did grow. And so as we continue to grow, we're going to look to capture any money that's on the table for us to be able to sweep with our growth. As you know, we went from 10,600 projected FTEs to over 11,000 this year. And so we want to continue that pace of growth.
And there's a real opportunity for us too with dual enrollment, especially now having a major center in Palm Springs, immediately adjacent to Desert Hot Springs. We think that that could really blow up and do really great for us, and making what is a great program even better going forward. So again, there's tons of opportunity. We're getting our arms around it right now, but what we know is what we need to operate the space. We know what we need in terms of grounds folks and custodians and campus safety and faculty and administrators and student services, all of those, that's what's in the budget right now. I feel a bit like the dentist. The dental hygienist does all the work. That's Diana. She's doing all that. And then the dentist comes in for like 2 seconds and says, "You look good." So go ahead, Diana. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. So this is perfectly described here. We cannot obviously overproject revenue unless we have certainty. So we'd rather make sure that we budget our revenues conservatively, but our expenses, we have a more of a better way of predicting our expenses with the cost analysis that we did for both new campuses coming up. All right, so here we have the budget highlights for 26-27, which as we saw is 115.3 in revenues for the general fund and 117.3 in expenses. The budgeted salaries are 97.9 million, which is 86% of our, in comparison to our revenue. I don't know, Dr. West, if you want to speak to other community colleges that are higher percentages, which is not great.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, it highlights to us that we want to continue to look at this and as we go forward and really make sure that we dial in to how we're going to budget appropriately and responsibly going forward, making sure that we have both general fund and restricted budget, budgets in place for us for the foreseeable future. I do want to say one other kind of quick highlight, Diana, if I can. When you're opening new campuses, when you're doing these new campuses, typically you're putting these projections ahead 5 years before you're starting the ground game of what it's going to cost to open these campuses years and years in advance. I'm newer. Our executive team is newer. We have a lot of staff on campus that are newer. I want to highlight the great work because we mobilized quickly to get our arms around these costs significantly. And it was really a team effort across the college to begin to look at what are the costs of, our, not only our staffing costs, but also what is the electricity going to cost for those facilities? How are we estimating? What is going to be our water, water bill? What are we going to need for gas? All of those things, those day-to-day expenses that are not built in our budget right now, we've been able to model those very quickly, the fastest we've ever turned something around, and really want to highlight my colleagues and the staff here for pulling that together so quickly. It's really remarkable. Go ahead.
And also just wanted to add, it's very important to make sure that we keep the salary expenses at around 85–86%, leaving enough funds for operational costs. Because if we have too high of a percentage when it comes to salaries, that means then the college is going to suffer when it comes, to operations. So right now we're doing okay. We're doing good with 85%. So now we move on to the restricted fund budget. Mentioned 49 million in revenue and 51 million in expenses. As I mentioned, we are planning on expending prior year allocations. The budget highlights and risks. Here we have the highlights, as the governor has a very rosy outlook with our higher than expected revenues. We also have which trickles down to the minimum guarantee increase to TK education, TK through 12 education and community colleges. This was increased to $28 billion due to these amazing revenues that we have right now. And also, as President Martinez Garcia mentioned, increase in enrollment. We've been trending positively when it comes to enrollment, and my next slide is going to show you the depiction of that. So for risks, of course, there's always pros and cons to everything. The Legislative Analyst Office assessment to the governor's unsustainable revenue projections for future years. That's always something definitely for us to consider. There's always uncertainty when there's new elections. Governor elections are coming up, so there's always uncertainty there. We also have to make sure that we continue with the positive enrollment trends. We need a minimum of 10,000 FTES for us to continue with our middle college status, and 1,000 FTES for our center status for us to continue with funding for each. We, as Dr. West mentioned, we do have center status for Indio, and we're working on center status as soon as possible, as soon as we can get it going for Palm Springs campus. This generates additionally $2.2 million for College of the Desert. And these increases, these allocations for center status and middle college status, COLA is applicable. So they increase with COLA.
3-year process. So it's a 3-year process that we've begun. So again, it comes after.
All right. And finally, the ever looming 50% law. When preparing the budget, we always have to make sure that we meet requirements to spend our general funds. 50% of our general funds must be spent on education, a minimum of 50%. It's also important to take into consideration operational costs, so we can't be too much on one side or vice versa. Because if we're too much on education, then operationally we're going to be suffering, and vice versa. So it's very important to make sure that we maintain like a balance between the two. Last year, we ended up on a good note. We ended up with 50.91%. We spent 826,000 more on education. So it's a nice balance where we're at. And I just want to add that we're making sure that this was accounted for when we developed the budget. And here we have our enrollment trends for the past 10 years. These enrollment trends are based on the recalculation of the 320, the attendance report for College of the Desert. All the bars except for the last one for 25-26 is the P2 for the attendance report, because the recalc, I believe, gets released on November 1st, so we don't have those numbers yet. But as you all can see, since 2021, we've been trending positively. And as I mentioned, we have to have a minimum of 10,000 FTES for us to continue with the middle college status. Right now, for P2, we're at 11,003. 0.75. So we're trending positively. So we just want to make sure that we continue in that direction. Of course, as we all know, we get funded based on our enrollment. So if we continue on this positive trend, we're hoping to close the gap with the deficit spending that we projected. So on that positive note, any questions?
Any questions?
No, it's just thank you for planning ahead and building all that into the budget. And I know that you're looking at other revenue streams. I appreciate the question asked by Trustee Meyer. As that develops more fully, I hope that helps assist in getting us lower than the 86%.
Yes.
So, thank you very much.
Yeah, I gotta say, when I got my board packet, I went through the budget. And honestly, when I was done, my head hurt. I appreciate the summation that you did. It made it clear. But then I went back to the packet and things matched up very nicely. And I appreciate all the hard work you and your team have put into this.
Thank you. Yeah, we try to make sure that we give a high level view because numbers to me come easily. But I know it can be complex, especially those spreadsheets. Like you should see each tab is like linked to the final project. Yeah, it's very fun.
Any other questions? Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Mr. Chair, we need a motion. We don't have one yet.
So moved.
Second.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
Move to item 1602. Resolution 062526-2, temporary loan. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
Yes, Vice President West, can you provide us with some context, please?
Sure. These are items that come forward to the board every single year. We do these as standard practice for the loan, the next several items in a row, just so you know. The loan, we've never had to use it, but we do it as a just in case. So this one, as well as the next several actions with the GAN Limited ever are all standard practice that all colleges do every single year at this time of year.
So if we do enact it, will the board be notified of that we did a temporary loan?
I think we would start, I mean, it would be part of, but I don't think there's a formal process where it would come back. But we could let you know if that's something the board would like. There's not a formal, we do this preemptively. We have it there ready in case we need it. We've never had to use that before. But we could I don't think there's a board policy or a procedure that says we report back to the board, but we could. If that's something you'd like.
I think that'd be information for the board to know.
Okay, we can look at doing that.
Not as much the dollar amount, but
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution 062526-2, temporary loan as presented?
So moved.
second.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
And a very similar resolution 062526-3, adoption of wire transfer payments. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this?
And also refer back to Dr. West.
Again, standard procedure every year, these next ones. This is just how we're doing wire transfers with our COE.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none?
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, sorry, trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
And we move to 1604, Resolution 16062526-4, appropriation subject to Proposition 4, which is our gain limitation. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
I think Dr. West has said it a couple times now, so these are just regular items that come before the board this time of year.
Yeah, and with the GAN limit, just as a reminder, is the constitutional spending cap that limits the tax revenue for public agencies. So this is, we do this every year and highlights that.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 062526-4, which establishes the 26-27 GAN limitations for College of the Desert?
Moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Resolution 1605, 062526-5, adoption of education protection account funding and expenditures. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
And one more time, Dr. West.
Same every year. This is a boilerplate, what we do.
Okay. Do I have
Happy
a
to answer
motion?
questions.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
So I would like that because it deals with the money and the funding. If you could just expand that and what EPA means for the public. Yes, it's standard procedure, but it's something so important about this.
Well, this is part of kind of the funding process that we have, that we do every single year, and the board authorizes us to kind of move forward with these expenditures. And it's per Proposition 30, which, again, highlights within that gives us the sole authority how to move monies, how they're received, and how they're then spent. And so this outlines that process, and so that's what the board is approving today.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
Resolution 1606, 062526-6, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to adopt 160526-6, approving certain individuals to provide authorized signatures for the purpose
So
of
moved.
contractual obligations for the district as presented?
So moved, sorry, Chair.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to know what person is called vacant? No, at some point, when that position's filled, we'll redo this again.
We do it every month.
We do it every month.
We've done this every month since I've been here with people coming in and out, so we do it a lot.
And as they move into permanent positions,
Yep.
We've had to update the list also.
Since I have to sign this again.
Yeah, we sign it a lot.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden. Motion carried.
16.07, fiscal year 2028 to 2032, 5-year capital outlay plan. President Martinez Garcia, would you please facilitate this item?
Yes, Dr. West, will you provide us with some context?
Yes, as you all know, every single year we're required to present this plan. I will tell you, this plan is not a very robust plan. We just continued what had been done before. As you all know, the college is engaged in a facilities master planning process right now that we hope to bring to the board in the fall. And so this plan will significantly change after the new plan is adopted by you, and as we get through our shared governance process at the college. So this is really just a continuation of last year's plan that we brought forward for the time being, for the timing of it. But we anticipate next year there will be a significant change in this plan because it will match up with our new facilities master plan that hopefully will be approved this year.
Therefore, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Oden, motion carried.
Now we move on to information items. No action is required. Item 17, information of the board on accreditation. President Martinez Garcia, would you please help facilitate this item?
Yeah, first I'd like to ask if Vice President Cowden has anything to add to our announcement today.
Sure. So I just wanted to add a few highlights from the peer review team report. The follow-up visit focused on the 3 governance standards I think that Val mentioned earlier: board unity after decisions are made, regular board self-evaluation, and use of those results for improvement, and appropriate delegation of authority to the superintendent president. The team found that the board had significantly improved its adherence to policies related to acting as a collective entity. The report also noted that the board had increased the number of unanimous decisions reached through dialogue and consensus building, and that when split votes occurred, the board supported the final decision once it was made. The team also found that the board is committed to regular self-evaluation and has used those results for improvement. The report points to professional learning retreats, workshops, and the creation of the board continuous improvement committee as evidence that this work is being institutionalized. I also think it is important to highlight that this work has continued beyond the follow-up visit itself. The board continuous improvement committee, the self-evaluation process, and continued retreats and professional learning demonstrates that these changes are being embedded into the college's ongoing governance practices. Because accreditation isn't about a one-time response, it's about building systems and habits that support continuous improvement over time. And finally, the team found that the board had adopted policies that clearly define the authority of the superintendent president and the board's role in policy level governance. One of the larger themes in the report is improved alignment, clearer roles, and a shared commitment to keeping the institution focused on student success. So looking forward to our next accreditation milestone. I said at the visit that I'm like, we're good for 8 years. And Melanie, who's the ACCGA rep, goes, no, you have the midterm report due. So we do have the midterm report due on October 15th of 2028. And this move will be moving from their old accreditation standards to their new accreditation standards, which is actually a good thing. It went from like a 600-page report to a 75-page report. So there's a lot less standards. They tried to be a lot less duplicative. And so this summer I'm working with Corbin, and we're really going to start working to see if our committee aligns with the new standards and really working on building that new team so that we can start working. Because I know October 2028 sounds like a long ways away, but it's going to come fast.
The year before you know it.
Yeah. So I just wanted, to thank everyone again and say this is a positive outcome for College of the Desert. And I appreciate the work everyone has done to help get us here.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have a comment to add.
absolutely.
So in our process of continuous improvement and evaluation, the board recently contracted with ACCT to help us with our president evaluation, which is ongoing and upcoming. So here's where we're at with that. Colleen Allen with ACCT has worked with designated board members, trustees Sanchez Fulton and trustee Meyer, to draft a survey instrument. This is complete and done and approved. The ACCT will send an email with a link to the survey instrument to each board member within a few days after our June board meeting. ACCT will close that portal on July 14th or thereabouts and prepare a summary report for the board to review. At the July board meeting, the board meets with superintendent president. Well, they meet themselves first to evaluate the results and discuss improvements and goals for the year ahead. And then they meet with the superintendent president to discuss the result, provide the recommended areas for improvement, set the goals for the year. Our board policy 2430 lays out the process for us.
Thank you. And thank you, trustee Sanchez Fulton. Any other discussion? All right, we move on to item 1702, capital projects report per resolution 012122-3.
We have Robert Rauscher here if the board who has any questions regarding the capital projects report.
Any questions on the report?
I went through this report. Yes, I have questions.
Okay. Robert, if you please come forward. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor.
One thing I didn't pull out of the report, maybe it's in here and I haven't seen it, is, are there risks on any of these projects? Is there something, that could potentially happen that we have to be thinking about?
Yes, there are certainly, I would characterize them as normal risks on each of these projects. There's nothing extraordinary. We typically would not report those out. We would simply correct them. And that's one of the things that we do in very close conjunction with VP West and his team. Is there something in
I
particular?
was
that you may
thinking
be concerned
impacting
about?
the schedule.
No,
Because we keep saying this facility at this time, this one at this time, this one at this time, but obviously gremlins pop up, shall we say,
sure.
and it impacts the schedule. I know you're working closely with VP West on all that.
Yeah, and fundamentally, that's why we structure the projects the way we do. We include an experienced construction management team. We work with the budgetary team, and then the management of the schedule then becomes a lot more straightforward when you have the right resources and people available to deal with those problems when they come up on a daily basis. But yes, in all honesty, every single day in a construction project presents new, often unique challenges, and that's really the bread and butter of what we do. We fix those problems every day. So I want to just maybe answer that question differently as well to get to the heart of what you're asking. None of these projects are at risk from a schedule perspective. Everything is on track and we're moving forward. And I'm frankly very proud to be able to say that to you.
Yeah, I gotta say, the other day I stopped at Roadrunner Motors, walked close, not into the site, but close.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I was impressed, not only with the progress, but this little beehive of activity. Everybody was working around. It wasn't like 5 people with their hands in their pockets and 1 person working. So I was very impressed with that. Another question. I'm getting asked by some electeds around the valley of tours that they can take of these facilities. Is there something we can set up and arrange?
Yes, specifically with the Palm Springs build, we are working with Dr. Atkins to start to map out what the tours would look like. We are trying to be very cognizant of that it's still a workspace. We're trying to, they're on a timeline, so we don't want to interrupt their time. But at the same time, we understand the enthusiasm. So we are looking at a good time or a sweet spot where we can bring people in to Roadrunner Motors as well as Palm Springs.
Yeah, I'd say Roadrunner Motors, we might limit it to Cathedral City people, but not Palm Springs, but I'll let you make that choice. But
yeah,
now I'm getting asked and I said, well, when I hear about it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, if you want to forward those to us, either Dr. Atkins or myself, I'll make sure if he has it, he's putting in that whole process.
Okay.
Just give us those names so we can make sure they're.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 18, also an information item, Superintendent President, Administrative Procedures 37775, Operation and Administrative Use of Artificial Intelligence.
Yes, this item is represents a collective work of our entire campus. As we have set forward on this AI journey, one thing that we had identified early on is that we do not have a AP around artificial intelligence, as well as we noticed that a lot of colleges around the state do not either. So we embarked on this journey literally to develop this procedure that you have in front of you. Again, it's the collective efforts of all the campus. It's been to CPC. It was actually worked hand in hand with the Senate as well. And so we're very proud of this work. It was highly debated, heavily debated at various moments of CPC, but I will say participatory governance works best when everybody is moving in the same direction, and in this regard, they all were. And so we're very proud of this document.
Any
I
questions?
have a couple questions.
Yeah.
This is not a first reading, is it?
I believe
It's not stated first.
right. It's for information right now.
Okay, so it'll come back again as a,
it will not come back as it is a administrative procedure that we've developed through CPC. The board has commentary on it that they could share with us.
So I think the concern is that ACC, the California Community College League, has some other concerns that are going to be coming down the pipeline. So you're saying that we are adopting this at this point, but I want us to be mindful of what's going down from the California Community College and the Board of Governors there. So I'm very concerned that we could amend this in case we are not aligned.
100%. So
okay,
this particular AP was adopted by CPC, and so it's an administrative procedure. The board policy is something that you would take a look at. So this is the procedure.
Procedure.
Yeah, so we can bring back the board policy at some point, take a look at the board policy if there are changes from CCLC or the board has other thoughts on it.
So to me, the title's a little bit misleading. It says operational and administrative use. It doesn't talk about application in education, and yet the policy does talk to that. Is there a possibility of modifying so the title reflects that?
We could definitely run it back through in time. I'm not sure, Jeff, do you want to comment on that? I see you're leaning towards the mic.
So this is actually one of two administrative procedures related to artificial intelligence. This one made it through the shared governance process first, and it's presented to you today. The administrative procedure for educational, instructional use of AI is still with the Educational Policies and Practices Committee, a standing committee of Academic Senate. Once it passes muster there, it'll go for at least 2 readings to Academic Senate. After it gets through that, then it'll go to College Planning Council for at least 2 readings, and then it'll come to this body for as an information item as well.
Can't pull it out specifically, but I read some instructional information or guidelines in this as well. Not a lot, but some.
Okay,
So make sure that it doesn't conflict with each other when you move forward on that.
that's a good point. And thank you for reminding me that there was a second piece of this. I forgot that. Thank you, Jeff. See how much he's going to be missed already?
Any other questions? Okay. Number 19, Administrative Services, Auxiliary Services, Financial Reports, second quarter, October 31st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, and Auxiliary Services, Financial Reports, third quarter, January 1st, 2026 through March.
Vice President West is here to answer any questions.
so yes, I have one. So we have the auxiliary, just like the capital, different subcommittees on that. Now is that who's on that board?
Okay, so the auxiliary budgets here are things like our bookstore, our food services, our vending machines, all of our kind of outside different revenue sources.
Gotcha.
When I came here, it was a very small group. We've started to expand our auxiliary services. My hope is that this is going to be a budget that grows. I told the board when we met before, it's not a very fun, exciting group right now, but I think it's going to be over the future as we look to expand events and bringing people on campus and charging for events and use of our facilities. We have great facilities. As we're looking to bring community members in here, there's a lot of opportunity for us to really increase our auxiliary services. So right now, the board structure for that, the president superintendent is on there, myself, Diana serves on there, and then there are some, Dr. Ender serves on there, and I think that's our group of 4.
So what is the current budget again?
It's included on there. I don't have it. It's included within there's not a set budget. It's revenue that comes in and we use those to offset the expenses. Some of those expenses this past year, we've done really well because we have positions that we did not fill for the year and we're restructuring. So there actually was an increase in revenue in this area. For many years, especially after COVID, it went down significantly. Food services has never been the same on any college campus after COVID, nor has vending or bookstore operations. Think about how bookstore operations have changed even in the last 3 or 4 years with Amazon and other services. So those revenues have gone down while the expenses have remained the same. COVID decimated a lot of those where they went into deficit. We're on the uptick back with being back in the black.
So was that the one that was under the golf?
Golf center's part of it as well. That's another revenue generating area that is part of auxiliary.
So under the financial fiduciary, our role to making sure, so this is a revenue stream?
It's a revenue stream, a separate revenue stream.
Clear. Okay.
Yeah, there were separate revenue streams with an S that come in from a variety of different sources that we categorize in auxiliary income for the college. And so, and there's opportunities for us with an auxiliary that the College of the Desert really hasn't leveraged in the past. And our goal is to leverage those more, especially as we start to open up new campuses throughout the valley.
No, I could comment
Go
more on that. Specifically, what I think we're alluding to here is opportunities we have in Palm Springs in the event space, partnering with the convention center, looking at partnering with various, let's say, programming in Springs, but not only Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, moving over to Indio, and even here in Palm Desert. So we're looking to build out our event apparatus as large as possible to use that as a revenue stream as well.
So Chip, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
This is, though, it follows the same audit procedures and everything else as our.
Exact same audit. It's included in part of all of our audits that we do. It's just a separate window, just as the bond funds are also their own audit. It's separate as well. This is its own little grouping.
So is it a nonprofit like the other, or is it, I just wanted to see some type of a board liaison, President Val Martinez from the board, just as a liaison to maybe just to do that. I think it's so critical, and I'm so excited on the future of this auxiliary growing, especially in Palm Springs. And I think it's wonderful.
It's an operations committee as it is right now. So
As it is now.
Yeah, that's why, and that's the way it typically is at colleges.
Would be nice to have other community colleges have just maybe, we're not looking on the operations, Chip. We're just saying maybe a quarter, having just keeping the board abreast. We're not looking at the operations at all. And just having that, I think it would be just beneficial on that.
Yeah, we can look at how we can communicate better and update you accordingly.
Yeah,
We can
just
look at that.
keeping it, I think it's wonderful. I'm just wondering if we could just, like we do have the Desert Finance Corporation, part of our responsibility is the fiduciary responsibility to the district, and having that would be nice.
Definitely something we could talk to the chair and talk to the board about.
Right.
Mhm.
Yes, good suggestion.
Okay. Any other questions? We move to item 20, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments.
No public comments. Seeing none. Then we move to future agenda items. Student Trustee Garcia.
I don't have a report at the moment.
Trustee Kenneman.
I have nothing at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Well, one of my, every future item is on basic needs of our student. I just wanted to get an update of the beautiful things we're doing and about how potential research or just where we're at on any of that. I think it's something so wonderful what we offer. I want to know more about our little, like, what is that called? 3D housing, just people want to know about the beautiful things we're doing under our basic needs.
So you would like a basic needs report?
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, and the most important one, which I've already discussed with Chip, is our emergency planning. So critical in this day and age. I want to know if we have any backups for any type of an emergency. I would love to get an update or something we have in place here if something unforeseen would happen, just to have backups and just, do we have the proper backups? Thank you.
Trustee Meyer.
I have nothing.
And I don't have any items at this time. So we will now adjourn to closed session at 12:15.
You'll recess to close session.
12:15.
You will recess to close session.
Oh, recess. I said adjourn. Yes.
I know, we're ready.
We will recess to closed session. We reconvene to open session. There was no reportable action taken, and we reconvene at 1:30 p.m. And adjournment. As we close today's meeting of the board, we would like to restart an important tradition. College of the Desert was fortunate that Dr. Catherine Levitt shared herself so generously with us over the decades. She served the college as an adjunct faculty in economics and business for nearly 25 years. Kathy's lived experience helped create opportunities for the college to develop international partnerships and broaden the global understanding of countless students. She was a staunch champion of the adjunct faculty, that's for sure, and advocating for her fellow colleagues' respect, recognition, and support. And she was well known for her love for her dogs. They could always be found together at the dog park. On behalf of Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, we extend out our heartfelt sympathy to Kathy's family and loved ones on her recent passing. Please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Dr. Catherine Levitt. Thank you. I will now adjourn the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 1:31.